Alright, let's go. So, actually, okay. Um, caffeine, it would help, but it'd probably make me too anxious. Let's hope I don't die at like 4 a.m. or something. But let's see. So it is 11:20. Let's start some work. Just did laundry. Set a half-hour timer. Well, no, just go down at midnight. No one will be using it. Let's see. Alright, so, wow, okay, finally. So, let's see. This is kind of some that's new. This is new, this is kind of new, this is new. This is, okay. So I guess the important thing is all the notation is set in stone. So now I can, well, yes, I now need to go back and change all this shit. But you know how it is, yeah. And, okay, from the previous section, the physical mode, okay, so this is wrong, right? Because the notation is invalid. God damn it. And, I think what I want to do is I want to download what? VR canonical for real? Not to me, unless I did it wrong. VLX canonical. Oh, of course, it's because I fucking duplicated this. Okay. No worries, no worries. From the previous section. This is for one set of modes. Physical mode functions. Yes. Okay. That's here. That's here. VR. Omega is defined as. Okay. So let's see. This is garbage. Where's the full physical mode? There we go. E to the minus 5 omega t. E to the 5 minus q, so that must be x. Frac. 2, let's see, square root of beta bar omega r to the minus frac minus 2, and then, okay, psi, but what is psi? Psi is given by this thing, which is gamma 1 plus I beta bar omega. I want some brackets 3 minus omega qz plus this thing q G. Yes, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, sorry, this is the 2 belongs in square root. Yeah. Okay. And VL is just this with some things backwards. So this is VR. Canonical, and the way this works is that some things have to be reversed. So I basically reverse this. This gets reversed. That's fine, that's fine. This is reversed. Right? I mean, I don't have to, I can just go here. So I take the conjugate. The conjugate is when I do this. conjugate of G. The conjugate of G. This is a property. No, we'll take properties. If I G conjugate, then I get that, yeah. And UHU, okay. So I think that's cool. This will be like, wait. Huh? Okay, I don't want to get this wrong. Where's F? G? That's G. So then, this thing is VR. Yes, okay. Then I take the conjugate. When I take the conjugate, then this gets flipped. Then this gets flipped. Wait, but this is real. Okay. So, let's see. So that gets flipped, that gets flipped, that does nothing happens to that. Something happens to this. Now what's this? I have G. Equals, so what is G? G is defined over here. Over G, where's G, you motherfucker? G is defined as this thing. There we go. Well, okay, so this gets mapped into this. Yes. And now this gets mapped to HU star, minus omega Q comma Z. And now I use this property. Which is each of you conjugate. Okay, that's real. Conjugate is H of V. H of V. Okay, well, this is really just, sorry, H of U of omega Q and Z. Or it's just this. U negative. Wait, no. Yeah. So do this. H of V and H of V of this thing. This is G of H of V of omega. Let's just H of U. Fuck. So G of omega Q Z equals 1 plus okay, that's true. And then H of U omega Q Z. Right. So if I take the conjugate, then I take the conjugate and this gives me 1 minus, and then this gets me HU conjugate, which is H of V. Then this thing is sorry. This is minus, this is plus, this is V, and this is U. Yes, and this is 3 of minus omega Q. Let's see. Right. So if I take the conjugate of this thing, then I get this thing. That gets flipped, and then this gets sent to omega QC minus. So this gets flipped to this. Gamma e to the I gamma. This is like the Jost function. Yeah. So this gets sent to minus omega. I think that stays the same, but then what you want is this thing gets into that. That thing's fine. I think this is what you want, right? So omega and Q get flipped. That's fine, omega gets flipped, but this is the absolute value, so it remains constant. And omega gets flipped, yeah. Alright. So then there's nothing there you have to worry about. So if I multiply everything by e to the I, right, then it's the I gamma. E to the I gamma, and then e to the I gamma. And if I multiply this by e to the I gamma, e to the I gamma, e to the I, sorry. Now I pull this out. Oh, no. So once I have this, I show that, then I can just flip. Yeah, so now that gets into that. To the minus sign. Oh, this isn't how. Let's see, VR. That's fine, so that it points in the opposite direction. Nice. Okay. So then this is not, I don't have to care about this anymore. It's very nice. So, maybe I should call this 1. Substituting the canonical form, and the formula is 3.21. 3.21. 3.21. Yes. 3.28. Yes. 3.29. Okay. So the way this works is that this will be like minus k. Oh, I think this works. Yeah. Okay, so this now we get minus, right? Yeah. So let's do this properly. Where would that? Yeah, that's what we're doing here. Headache. Oh, right. Huh. There we go. Yeah, that's all right. What's like some Brahms. What is good by Brahms? Lots of things are good by Brahms, but something not with a lot of strings that'll make my head ring like a bell. Well, so might this. You know, this is, yeah, I'm kind of feeling this right now. Let's go.
What a beautiful face I have found in this place that is circling all around the sun. What a beautiful dream that could flash on the screen in a blink of an eye and be gone from me. Soft and sweet, let me hold it close and keep it here with me. And one day we will die, and our ashes will fly from the aeroplane over the sea. But for now we are young, let us lay in the sun and count every beautiful thing we can see. Love to be in the arms of all I'm keeping here with me.
K prime K S equals this thing. WC K prime K minus S. Nice. Let's check that. So revolution 1s greater than 0. And now I just multiply, right? So if they're poles in the upper half plane, that would spoil some stuff.
burst, then twist around, and wanting something warm and moving, bends towards herself, the soothing proves that she must still exist. She moves herself about her face, sweet communist, the communist daughter, standing on the seaweed water. Semen stains the mountaintops, semen stains the mountaintops. Standing on the seaweed water, semen stains the mountaintop. Semen stains the mountaintops with coca leaves along the border. Sweetness swings from every corner, cars careening from the cloud. The bridges burst, then twist around, and wanting something warm and moving, bends towards herself. The soothing proves that she must still exist. She moves herself about her face, sweet communist, the communist daughter, standing on the seaweed water. Semen stains the mountaintops, semen stains the mountaintops. Daughter standing on the seaweed water, semen stains the mountaintop. Semen stains the mountaintops with coca leaves along the border. Sweetness swings from every corner, cars careening from the cloud. The bridges burst, then twist around, and wanting something warm and moving, bends towards herself. The soothing proves that she must still exist. She moves herself about her face, sweet communist, the communist daughter, standing on the seaweed water. Semen stains the mountaintops, semen stains the mountaintops. just burst, then twist around. And wanting something warm and moving, bends towards herself, the soothing proves that she must still exist. She moves herself about her face. Sweet communist, the communist daughter, standing on the seaweed water. Semen stains the mountaintops, semen stains the mountaintops.
Okay, and now the key is we use the asymptotic behavior of shit up here. Where did this go? Here? No, even higher. There we go. Yeah. Let's see. G is, so I want to use the asymptotic behavior. We'll make those to infinity. That's the G, that's this term, and then A minus, that would be, that cancels out, alright? So we want to compute, so we have G of what? We want the asymptotics of G of omega Q C, and e to the 2I gamma omega prime Q for omega prime large. So when this is very large, I can effectively so G of omega Q Z
just lay there in their two-headed boy with pulleys and waves, creating a radio blade just for two in the parlor with a moon across her face. And through the music he sweetly displays silver speakers that sparkle all day, made for his lover who's floating and choking with her hands across her face. And in the dark we will take off our clothes and they'll be placing fingers through the notches in your spine. And when all is breaking, everything that you could keep inside, now your eyes ain't moving now, they just lay there in their two-headed boy.
Because the problem is
There's no reason to grieve. The world that you need is wrapped in gold, silver sleeves left beneath Christmas trees in the snow. And I will take you and leave you alone, watching spirals of white softly flow over your eyelids, and all you did will wait until the point when you let go.
what happens there? Can you effectively ignore it and it just becomes Rindor? If this becomes Rindor, I would expect this just to be 1, right? I would just expect to be for this to be 1. Oh, sorry, not Rindor, but ADS Rindor. In that case, this is. See, I don't know. So what happens? We have one term that's like this G minus that, and that cancels that with that quite nicely. The second term is. What is the phase shift? I don't know what the phase shift is. Okay. I know for massacre this is 1. What is known about the asymptotic behavior of the ghost function? The other poles there, and there are no poles there, it's entire. That's I even got food today? Let's see. I had a burrito that was pretty. Maybe I should make some instant noodles. What do you think? Sorry, very tired. Just okay. Let's see. Oh, I guess latte is ready. Let me get that first. Okay. Okay. I will be back. Jesus Christ. Let me grab this. This. Well, let's do that. Yeah. That's actually not a bad idea. Actually, let's see. I might cook something. I don't probably want too many fish for some potluck today's one, so for Thursday. So what can I do with the monkfish today? Let's see. No, I don't want to do that. How do you say this in?
和尚
That's not it. Okay. There we go. Oh God. That's not a monkfish. What is a monkfish? Okay. That's too much work. What is something that's like super low effort? This thing? Maybe? Question mark? I see. Okay, let's do that. Let's make some instant noodles and make do with that thing I got. Okay, but the thing with this is, yeah, I'm still confused about the asymptotic behavior of the phase shift, right? Because asymptotically, oh my God, why do I keep doing that? This is why I have two monitors. asymptotically, you want to relate. So f is what relates the normalizable solution to these things, right? And so you want to take the component of the normalizable field that's, well, like at least the ratio, which is fine. But what do you know? I know what the zeros are. I know that it's free of poles, but I don't know the asymptotic behavior. The asymptotic behavior. So this is when omega is super. Sorry. This is when. Let's see. What am I trying to say? The asymptotic behavior. This is when. The asymptotic behavior. Omega is super large. When omega is super large, then you're effectively in Rindler space. But the quasi-normal, I don't know. Suppose that I can suppose I can. I don't like that. When omega is very big, it effectively reduces to. You go two horizons. Well, no, just one horizon. And you're crossing that. But then there's something after. And that's. So it's like this thing tells you what's going on after. It's difficult, right? Because when you send that up all the way to asymptotic infinity, then then it's much bigger than the potential, sure. So the potential will have the universal part, but then the question is. Because it gets in further, but it also rebounds back, right? So it's like, what's the limit? What's the limit? Right? What's the limit? This could have some weird behavior, but there's no reason to think so, because you can. This is just the Born approximation, right? Okay, yes, that of course, yes. Yes, matrix poles. This doesn't work because you need something like that. Right. For the backhoe methods, I guess I'm totally too distributed. Yeah, not even real, of course. guess Hug didn't know either, so it's not obvious, but still, it. I don't know. The first term corresponds to the population base, so this, let's see. This is actually U, because there's no phase shift. U like slash, what's that solution with the boundary connection is on this. Physical code. Yeah. That is ingoing to the horizon. Okay. And the second would be like the integral is okay. So I think the idea is I can use this now. Yes. Lower half omega planes. These cosheaves form express. We therefore need the large omega properties of plus minus. Yeah, the former. The former follows large absolute value of frequency. Oh, God damn it. What the fuck? Oh, it's doing this thing, isn't it? Yeah, so that's annoying. Firefox, goodbye. Yes. And okay, let's restart that. Restore. Good, 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 good.
Two-headed boy.
Here.
right, let's see.
What energy now? What is this? Okay, that's fine. No one's there. That's fine. Oh, this is just because this thing was started. It's not likely the case. Okay. Oh, I could do that.
Just philosophical.
This is the dialectic, right? God damn it. Yeah. want to do. I want to go through this. Yeah. Then repeat for this. And then I mean, this is important because now you have like analytic control over what's going on. Okay, why am I not tired anymore? Oh god, it's like fucking popping caffeine. It's like candy. I don't even remember the last time I had one. Ouch, that's. Oh my god. Headache is not fun, but what the hell can you do? Okay, let's see. So let's have some dinner, watch some Hegel, or, I mean, yeah. Where's the book? Here's the book. Okay. Okay. so it's important that I get the well, I don't know if it's that important, but. Two? Okay, I'm glad I did that. Okay, so I should discuss this more. Okay. So, what I want to say is something like, think about the effective potential mid-AD expenditures for the universal. Well, I guess the thing is you just look for I guess, right? There we go. Okay. We have rho. Rho is should be like R, right? Okay. So yeah, you have shit like this going on. I don't care about. So it's like this and then. Okay, this is kind of important though. So should I take like a few hours to work this out? The former follows A and B. Do I use these objects at any point? I think I might. Not necessary. Not necessary. Keeping. This should be an N-dash. And this is true, right? 1 minus, that's true, and then this becomes, that's true too. Okay. let's do something passive. Well, that really is passive. Or should it be, if you're good, but...
Define how
Half an hour, it's not so bad.
Furthermore, the very attempt to define how a philosophical work is...
Oh yeah, I read this. But...
Furthermore, the very attempt to define how a philosophical work is supposed to be connected with other efforts to deal with the same subject matter drags in an extraneous concern. What is really important for the cognition of truth is obscure.
What is income?
The more conventional opinion gets fixated on the antithesis of truth and falsity, the more it tends to expect a given philosophical system to be either accepted or contradicted. Hence, it finds only acceptance or rejection. It does not comprehend the diversity of philosophical systems as the progressive unfolding of truth, but rather sees in it simple disagreements. The bud disappears in the bursting forth of the blossom, and one might say that the former is refuted by the latter. Similarly, when the fruit appears, the blossom is shown up in its turn as a false manifestation of the plant, and the fruit now emerges as the truth of it instead. These forms are not just distinguished from one another, they also supplant one another as mutually incompatible. Yet, at the same time, their fluid nature makes them moments of an organic unity.
Oh, stop recording, rather.
Yet,
I mean, they supplant each other as mutually incompatible. It's not true.
at the same time, their fluid nature makes them moments of an organic unity in which they not only do not conflict, but in which each is as necessary as the other. And this mutual necessity alone
Who emailed me? Just a bot.
constitutes the life of the whole. He who rejects a philosophical system that is, the new philosopher, does not usually comprehend what he is doing in this way, and he who grasps the contradiction between them, that is, the historians of philosophy, does not, as a general rule, know how to free it from its one-sidedness, or maintain it in its freedom by recognizing the rest of the reciprocally necessary moments that take shape as a conflict and seeming incompatibility. One thing that philosophers often feel compelled to do, or actually are compelled by other people to do, is to clarify where they fit into the history of philosophy up until that point. That is, to show where they fit in with the other figures, the other modes of thought, the other approaches. And if you're contributing something new, you really need to explain not only how what you're doing is different than what other people are doing, but why anyone should listen to you, why what you're doing is advance on other people. So Hegel himself is being asked, like everybody else, to do this, and he's saying, you know, I really can't do that effectively in a preface. This is another reason why philosophy prefaces don't work quite as well as they ought to. So he says, the very attempt to define how a philosophical work is going to be connected with other efforts to deal with the same subject matter. Notice, that could be not just philosophical works, but depending on what kind of philosopher you are, that could be works in cognitive science, that could be works in linguistics, that could be works in history, that could be works in religious studies or theology. So long as you have to clarify how you differ from, are in advance upon, provide a critique of, can respond to, you know, we could go through a whole bunch of different qualifications that way. Other people who are doing the same thing there's going to be some sort of issue here. And he says, this is an extraneous concern, and it obscures the truth. Why? Well, because conventional ways of looking at things get fixated on what he calls the antithesis. Antithesis between what? We'll talk about what an antithesis means in a moment, between truth and falsity. So let's just take one example from we'll take two examples from the history of philosophy. Plato or Aristotle, which one is right? Which one is true? Which one is false? Well, about what? Well, for example, is there a form of the good out there? Plato thought that there was. Aristotle says, no, that really doesn't make sense. So Plato looked like he was true, but really his position is false, and Aristotle's position is true. So if that's the case, well, why bother reading Plato? You're going to get everything you need by reading, say, Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, where he's criticizing the notion of the form of the good, or the metaphysics, and in a few other things. Why bother with the Plato? Well, because this is actually a superficial way of looking at things. It's a misguided way of looking at things. What would be another example? Innate knowledge. Do we possess innate knowledge? The rationalists said yes, at least about certain things. The empiricists said no. One of them is right, one of them is wrong. We just need to figure out which one is the case, and then we know which one to assign to the dustbin of history and which one to elevate on the pedestal of truth. So Hegel says, no, it's not really like that. The more conventional opinion, the more conventional way of doing things gets fixated on this. And I see a lot of students, and I see a lot of interlocutors, and I see a lot of philosophers do this myself. And they tend to expect of a given philosophical system to be either accepted, or contradicted. Contradicted to by what? Contradicted by that which is accepted, right? So there's this antithesis, this off-on, this either-or setup. A philosophical system, not just its parts, but a whole system, like say Platonism or Aristotelianism, has to be either accepted or contradicted, and this is a very dogmatic way of doing things. You know, you could say, well, Aristotle was a rejection of Plato, an improvement upon Plato, so he contradicted Plato, and Plato is now in the false position. And then Aristotle goes along for a while, and depending on which history of philosophy you want to read, maybe it's the Stoics who actually take on Aristotle and say, no, Aristotle's wrong about this stuff, or it's the Aristotle of the Middle Ages, not actually the true Aristotle of the Middle Ages, but Aristotle of moribund scholasticism, which is rejected by the early moderns, and Aristotle goes from being accepted to the contradicted part, and now we have, Descartes and Spinoza and Hobbes and people like that in there, Locke. Hegel thinks, no, that's not really the way to approach philosophy and philosophical systems. Why? We want to think about what he calls the diversity of philosophical systems. There's always a number of different alternatives, at least by the time that we're doing philosophy, available to us. And even a good intro to philosophy class should introduce you to at least a few of these on a few topics. So how should we understand this diversity? Is it just a matter of these antitheses, where something is accepted for a while and then it gets contradicted, and now we no longer bother with it and we have to look at whatever new is accepted? Well, what if things go into a blind alley? That happens occasionally. He's not actually talking about this in this section, but we could think about, are there times in philosophy where philosophy actually goes off course and can't adequately even understand what its own business is, where it narrows its viewpoint a bit too much? So he says, what we need to see instead of this antithesis is we need to see the diversity philosophical systems as what he calls a progressive unfolding of truth. So another way of putting this is development. Going from a less mature state to a more mature state to a more mature state. And I suppose what we should do is, like, start adding things in to these to make them a little bit more complex, and gradually the systems that are actually making real progress in philosophy, what are they doing? They're taking what was true in the one before them and they're holding on to it, and they are transforming it by way of integration, or what Hegel would call synthesis, into something new. Usually this is happening by doing the Hegelian three-step shuffle of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, by taking what's true, looking at what contradicts it, seeing what's true in that, finding a way to bring those two together, and now you got a new stage. And you can keep on doing this. As I said, there would be some blind alleys. Hobbes, for example, might be a blind alley in philosophy. Peter Abelard, as opposed to Anselm, might be more of a blind alley than Anselm. Anselm is definitely a development over Augustine and Gregory. Aquinas would be an advance past Anselm, synthesizing, by the way, Aquinas' theory of truth, person he talks about next to as much as Aristotle, Anselm. Bringing those together, fusing them, and gradually we get more and more well-developed things in the history of philosophy. So he has this metaphor of the bud. The bud disappears in the bursting forth of the blossom. Start with the bud, and buds are green usually, right? And then they get a little tinged with the flower, and now we have this beautiful flower showing forth, and we think, oh wow, it's done. This is so wonderful. But the flower is just like the first step. Because what's the point of a flower? I mean, this is where it gets really interesting. What's the point of a bud? Just to be a bud by itself? No, it's to bring forth a leaf, or in this case, a flower. And what's the point of the flower? For us to cut off and stick in our houses and give to girlfriends and say, isn't this wonderful? No, it's...
this Hegelian, eschatology. Taking Christian eschatology and promoting it to, the rigor of philosophy, people say. I mean, in this flower analogy, you can kind of see it.
To produce something else, to be pollinated, for them to exchange back and forth. And then what? Is that the end of the picture? No. It's to produce fruit. And so the fruit is something very different than the bud. He says the blossom is shown up in its turn as a false manifestation of the plant. Now the fruit emerges from it as the truth of the plant. That's what it was all about. And then we could go on from there perhaps as well. And in philosophy, we don't want to say, well, Plato was just immature Alfred North Whitehead or something along those lines. Instead, what we want to be able to do is recognize what was being achieved, what was true in that, and then what was the next developmental stage, what was surpassed, and what integrated something from that into it, and showed what the real meaning of it was. That's what Hegel thinks philosophy, dialectical philosophy, developmental philosophy is doing. And so he says there's an organic unity of the entire process in which these things don't conflict. They're not in an antithetical relationship of truth and falsity, of that which is contradicted and that which is being agreed with, but rather they're part of an organic unity in which each is as He uses this term, necessary. The bud is necessary at that stage to lead to the flower. And you're not going to get a flower from a piece of chalk, right? You could get a flower, I suppose, from a piece of paper, but it's not a real flower, it's an origami flower. So this entire process is the necessary unfolding of truth. And he says, how do other people approach philosophy? Do they approach it in this way and see it in terms of these long-term, added-on, synthesizing developments? No, the person who rejects a philosophical system often doesn't comprehend what he's doing in this way. He just rejects it. He doesn't see what's really true in it. And then the person who does see the contradiction between them levels them out and treats them as if they're not in a process of development. You know, really, strictly speaking, what I should have done is draw this line going upward, because you're developing into higher and higher states, into something that has greater and greater value, and to a certain extent, greater and greater being, certainly greater and greater levels of truth. So, is that something that you can easily roll into a preface? Can you show this entire pattern of development? No. That's why the preface is just a little bit of a big, thick book. The rest of the work of this development is taking place in the rest of the book. Demanding and supplying these superficial explanations passes readily enough as a concern with what is essential. Where could the inner meaning of a philosophical work find fuller expression than in its aims and results?
Wait. Demanding and supplying.
Of a philosophical work find fuller expression than in its aims and results. And how could these be more exactly known than by distinguishing them from everything else the age brings forth in this sphere? Yet, when this activity is taken for more than the mere beginnings of cognition, when it is allowed to pass for actual cognition, then it should be reckoned as no more than a device for evading the real issue, as a way of creating an impression of hard work and serious commitment to the problem, while actually sparing oneself both. For the real issue is not exhausted by stating it as an aim, but by carrying it out, nor is the result the actual whole, but rather the result together with the process through which it came about. The aim, by itself, is a lifeless universal, just as the guiding tendency is a mere drive that as yet lacks an actual existence, and the bare result is the corpse which has left the guiding tendency behind it. Similarly, the specific difference of a thing is rather its limit. It is where the thing stops, or it is what the thing is not. The concern with aim or results, with differentiating and passing judgment on various thinkers, is therefore an easier task than it might seem. For instead of getting involved in the real issue, this kind of activity is always a way beyond it. Instead of tarrying with it and losing itself in it, this kind of knowing is forever grasping at something new. It remains essentially preoccupied with itself, instead of being preoccupied with the real issue and surrendering to it. To judge a thing that has substance and solid worth is quite easy. To comprehend it is much harder. And to blend judgment and comprehension in a definitive description is the hardest thing of all. So in section 3, Hegel is going to bring in a few other important concepts, a few other important themes. And he's already been engaging in criticism of the sort of things that people want a book of philosophy to do and want the preface to do. Now he's criticizing yet another mode of this, and he's saying these people who are just putzing around think they're actually grasping the essential, what's the inner meaning of the work of philosophy. And this should be something fairly easy to articulate. So how would you do that? And he talks about a couple different things you could focus on in this section. A lot of times people will talk about their aims, their goals of what it is that they're doing, and then the results of it. And Hegel says this is not by itself going to work. There's nothing wrong with aims. There's nothing wrong with focusing on results. But these are not going to be the entirety of what he calls the real issue. In German, the Sache selbst, the thing, the matter itself, the real thing that it is that we're concerned with. And he says that this is the idea people have. Where could the inner meaning find fuller expression than in the aims and results, in what it is that they're shooting for, in what it is that they actually do produce? How could these be more exactly known than by distinguishing them from everything else that the age brings forth in the sphere? So, philosophy has different aims, produces different things. It's not, a practical science. It's not like the other sciences, which each have their own subject area. These would be, ways of going about this. So he says, when the activity is taken for more than the mere beginnings of cognition, when it's allowed to pass for actual cognition, then it's evading the thing in itself. Because activity has to be engaging with the real thing, the real issue, the real phenomena that it is that we want to study. And we're going to see him talking about this in just a moment. First, I want to hit on some of the things that he says about aims and results, and also what he calls the guiding tendency. He says, by stating the real issue as an aim. So, for example, if I'm interested in, as he's going to talk about later on, power relations, the relationship between master and slave, or employee and employer, under capitalism, or things like that, that's the real issue. And it's not going to be exhausted by just talking about what my goals are and by achieving certain results in the study. My work may or may not be adequate to what it is that I'm trying to investigate. Here's one hint, too, by the way, about this adequacy thing. One thing that will make it more adequate is when I take into account my own embroilment in that real issue, when I don't regard it as something purely external and outside of myself, when I don't pretend to a kind of objectivity that rules out the importance of subjectivity. But that's for later on. So he says, the real issue is not exhausted by stating it as an aim. I want to study power relations. Stating you're going to study power relations, that's not the same thing as actually doing it. And in philosophy, as opposed to some other fields where it's harder to get away with BSing people with this sort of stuff, there are many papers and even many books as opposed to doing power relations. Stating you're going to study power relations, that's not the same thing as actually doing it. And in philosophy, as opposed to some other fields where it's harder to get away with BSing people with this sort of stuff, there are many papers and even many books where somebody says, I'm going to treat this topic exhaustively and I will cover everything and give you a whole new viewpoint on it. And you read through it and you're like, man, that was a waste of my time. I didn't actually learn anything because there wasn't anything new to learn there. So merely saying that you're going to do something is not the same thing as actually doing it. It's not the same thing as engaging with what it is that you're supposed to be coming to understand. Nor is the result the actual whole. The results are more real in a certain respect than goals are, but the result is only what it is because of all the rest of this. So if the result doesn't somehow contain that or retain its relationship to that, and remember we're talking about the world of thought here, then the result actually loses what it was the result of. So think, for example, of histories of philosophy that just tell you what people thought, and maybe a little bit about their arguments about why they thought that, but really contain nothing of the mind of Descartes, or the mind of Spinoza, or the mind of Schopenhauer.
Okay, that's a fair objection.
That's what differentiates a good history of philosophy from a bad history of philosophy, by the way. Philosophers are not just reducible to a set of propositions expressed in their works. They're human minds. And the result has its value because of the activity that goes into it. So like he says, the aim by itself is a lifeless universal, just as the guiding tendency is a mere drive that is...
itself is a lifeless universal. It's a universal, I'm not sure about
Because yet lacks an actual existence.
It lacks an actual existence. Okay.
The bare result, the beautiful line, is a corpse,
Yeah.
which has left the guiding tendency behind.
The bare result is a corpse which has left the guiding tendency behind.
The drive, what it was that made you want to get into that in the first place. So then he goes and starts talking about the specific difference of a thing and what differentiates that thing from something else.
Wait, so you want to talk about the context which exists, but like in the first section you had a problem with like that. Okay, maybe it's just in a preface because something occupied with too much like confrontation and antithesis.
So he says, this concern with aim or results, with differentiating and passing judgment, is an easier task than might seem. When we're looking at the history of philosophy, it's very easy to start classifying people. Oh, these are the empiricists. And empiricists, we all know, must think that everything comes from experience directly. Well, no. As a matter of fact, Locke thinks that there is an inner sense. Hume thinks that things do come from the outside as impressions, and then we work on them as ideas. So it's not quite so simple as that, as simple as the, I don't want to say Wikipedia, because Wikipedia's gotten a lot better, but the Spark Notes versions of things. So what should we be doing?
Right.
He says, instead of getting involved in the real issue, this sort of activity is always like shooting beyond it. Instead of actually hunkering down and sticking with it and persevering. These are not the terms Hegel's using, but they're pretty darn close in meaning to what he talks about tarrying. That means, that tarrying is a little bit more of a leisured word. That means actually like sticking around and seeing what happens. Not saying, oh, you got an appointment, got to take off, sorry, I'll read the memo. That'll tell me all about what it is that we're talking about here.
Called out.
Or just give me the outline. No, you tarry with it. If you really want to know, well, think about this. If we really want to know what Hegel is talking about, we don't say, look, we're going to do a set of lectures on Hegel. It's going to be 20 hours, and we'll pack in these topics. And if we don't get to other stuff, no big deal. We're going to get to the most essential bits of it. No, if you really want to fully understand a philosopher, you have to actually hang around with them. You have to linger. You have to engage in the kind of dialogue that becomes possible when they become a companion to you. Some better companions than other. I mean, reading Jeremy Bentham is kind of dry and dull stuff, and sometimes that's the way with Kant too. Reading Descartes is always a hell of a lot of fun, and but you might actually get more out of reading. Well, you won't get more out of reading Bentham or Kant than Descartes, but they're all pretty much on the same level, I would say. And it goes the same for Hegel as well. If our work in doing philosophy is the activity of thought, and we're trying to make sense out of reality, we don't want to shoot past it. We want to actually spend the amount of time that it requires. What this reminds me of actually is when students will ask me, how much time should I be studying for this class? Or how long should the paper be? And before I started giving them more prescriptive guidelines, I would say, well, the paper needs to be as long as it needs to be to actually adequately treat the subject. And of course that would bother them because they would say, well, I have no idea how long that is. Obviously, Dr. Sadler, you don't either, because you can't tell me in my case. And I'd say, well, start writing and then find out. That's what Hegel is calling here, tarrying. Tarrying with the real stuff, die Sachen selbst, and seeing what the phenomena actually reveals to us. So, like he says at the very end of this, to judge a thing that has substance and solid worth is quite easy. It impinges itself upon you. To comprehend it is much harder. What are you doing when you comprehend? Think of it as wrapping. When we have this metaphor, I need to wrap my mind around something. Imagine that your mind is an articulate organ and it can wrap itself with all these tendrils around the thing that you're studying, and that thing probably has got some tendrils of its own that are going to sort of get tangled up with your mind. That's what comprehension is. That's very different than passing a quick judgment or classifying something or saying, I know what box to put this in. Sure. Life.
I think 1-3 is ready. Let's see. Yeah, it's 1:34. Let's go grab that and then. Oh, that was half an hour. Was it fast? Fucking half hour. What is the potential for asymptotically the x-basis? Well, I mean, any other no, this is, well, Z is, let's see. Okay, that's fine. So is L the ADS radius? L is the ADS radius. What? Who's the butterfly? I should be able to get this from the Pfefferman ground expansion, right? If you assume that'll make this very large, so the effects of potential. Try this again. Assuming the frequency omega is much larger than the others. Let's see phase shift between I don't buy that. So if d equals 2. No, this is very strange to me. I don't buy that. Okay. We have that. I guess we can do this. And let's see. This thing. Okay, G minus, so yeah, let's just do this. Alright, so we have this. yeah, that's not bad. Okay. Or I think it might be better if I were just to. No, it's fine. It's fine. Wait, just don't do that. But instead, I align this, I align this, and I align this. Of course. Well, that's fine. Wait, what's wrong? Oh, this is yeah. Okay, so if I multiply that with that, then minus, this is plus, that's good. I have two of these, so this goes away. So this hits that, that cancels. And now I have that, which cancels with that. Okay, this is problematic to me. is no. Sorry, this is near the boundary. Near the boundary, it looks like that. So it's the universal, sort of like universal behavior. And right. So it's like that. It's like that. And let's see. So we have something like. So the problem is that'll diverge as goes to 0. We have some incoming wave. Oh no, so it goes to goes to 0. What does the potential alias look like? Potential alias looks like. Let's take a look, for instance. The TC potential. There's the effective potential. The effective potential looks like that. Then you have that. Then you have that. Can I? So we have the solution. It goes like this. The boundary decays, but it's independent of. Yeah. So this becomes minus TC squared minus 1 lambda squared plus EQ times acting on this equals 0. And this thing goes as 1 over T squared at the boundary. So, what if omega is 6? You have that piece, you have that piece, you have that piece. Let's try. So be some like vessel. Be some vessel thing. Be some of D of C, C2 would say, assuming so I actually don't know if I want to take that to be greater than 0. What if I do something like this? Whoa, okay. Let's take a look. It's alright. So this is looking at the Z piece. Yeah, we did the Z piece. So this is 2I. Okay, so bring out the Z piece. Get rid of the Z piece. Okay, so this will look like this. This will look like this. And this line like this Z, which is nice. Now we can bring it here and bring it here. This will strip off this factor. So we have this. That is the ratio. So the Yoast function is, which one is HU over HV? That's right, it's sorry, the Yoast function is F over G. Sorry, sorry, the phases are minus that over that. So e to the 2I delta over the q. Well, q I don't care about. Let's just say dot thing equals minus the v part. The v part is this part. The v part over the u part. The u part is this part. Equals I. Can I do this? And then quick close. don't think that's true though. I don't think that's true. This is strange. What the hell? How did that go away? Oh, let's see if that one did not go away. So you have to be very careful about branch cuts, huh? Should just make this look like makes sense. So if you want the leading omega behavior, then that would be just this. That would be just this. The negative sign here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this would be that over that. I see. Yeah, you have to be very careful about that. Four plus 3 say. Then you take the ratio of those things and it's like 1. Right? Well, be sure. That's difficult because why is that difficult? Because that's why. This new minus 1. Oh no, it has to be up. Wait, I'm confused now. It has to be positive, but also has to be like bigger than let's say if it's 1. I guess that just stops being. I guess that just is a bad approximation of the horizon, right? So I can't say anything universally. Because like I want something that approximates it well in both cases, right? What if I just replace this with say, this square? This is still frustrating. I suspect that this behavior should be universal. I mean, one way to do that, like, this is fine, right? I just add some, if it so happens to be the case later, then I just add some justification, and that's all done. Think. Yeah. Let's see. So what if I have X here, and actually that would, well, I guess really what I want is, oh my god, right, then this would be like 2 to the that. Minus, so just minus I omega. Yeah. 2 to the minus I omega. So that actually cancels. It so happens that that's 1, which is quite interesting. Quite interesting. That would have just canceled with that one right out. For large F. Let's assume that were the case, right? That means near the horizon. Oh, what the fuck? Are you shitting me? Are you actually shitting me? is the used function. And if you look at this expansion, or if you look at this expansion, then it's like f of omega q e, so like h of u plus h of a or something like that. Maybe that's what. And this one is like just the omega z, and this is just the omega z. I don't suppose that were the case. respect that boost So I actually don't want to shift the tortoise coordinate. Because that will change the location of the origin. Yeah. Okay, so this is important. Suspect. Something like that. Okay, this is cool. So I actually I don't like this discussion here, but this is fine. Yeah, what happens if you take S to be complex? That's interesting, right? Because, so you would think you evolve by... Oh, hold up. So how does, remember how this works, right? Remember how this works. If you map the space-time, then if you go in the R region, ends up picking up an imaginary component, right? But I'm not talking about Z here, I'm just talking about U and V. So, yeah, that's true. Let's see. That should be fine. I'll just write this in terms of that should be fine. Okay, I should pick up Roger. I will be back shortly. Let's see. Thank you, motherfucker. And I think I want to. Oh, we'll get to that. Do you pick up annoying whispers? Probably. Let's try that. Let's try it. This is what I have. And then, I thought that was, I thought that was like good. Wait for real. What did that get in there? Oh, sorry, no, that's how that gets. That's how that gets in there. But then there's no S here. There's no S here. see. Alright. What about zeros? Okay. Predicts pole skipping perfect, yeah, so the poles are dashed, right? Poles are dashed, so the poles correspond to, what is that? Zero poles are zeros of f. So you'll see that these can actually get moved into the upper half plane with Q is complex. This is bad. This is 7 density. This is not good. Because then you can pick up. Oof, you can pick up poles. What happens if there are bound states of the potential? Then you can run into trouble. Can you have a continuum in bound states? Like, can the spectrum be continuous? That would be pretty bad, right?
I don't think so.
So actually it's a little different, right? Because Well, how did you? What did you say? Yeah, It's not a quasi-normal bug, is it? Are those, I wouldn't call those, downstage of attention. Let's see. Into first. Okay. Times this. That goes away. Minus this. This goes away. This goes away. This goes away. There's a line here. That's good. And that's kind of what I want. Yeah. Okay. So we also have to do. And this is more complicated. So this factor does not contribute. This. And the idea is that I take this and I take well, yeah, to do this. Can we do it? Is this a thing that that's fine. So the idea is that we just substitute this and that will be residue. That will not, because this is higher. This also is fine. This also will be fine. The idea is that we just put this here, this comes out, and well, omega. Omega I beta minus Let's see. So this will depend on Q. This will depend on Q. This will depend on Q. Maybe not. That's too much. Q. I guess this sum should be then this, this. a better way? I don't know, because if you pick up bound states, and the bound states end up being what is the residue of the close railroad? Where does it say this piece? Yeah, this is weird. This is weird. Can you relate those two though? I'm not sure. There are How do I interpret those things? What the fuck? Oh, let's take a break. Fuck. Okay, so this is a little unfortunate. Well, not unfortunate. It's just confusing. Oh my god, fuck. Fuck. So tired. Yeah, let's call it a night.